We have
Good
posted the
morning,
factory
morning.
orders January report on the feed for those interested.
Why are people giving me the eyeball emoji? Like this balance is something new and unpredictable. Are you guys still not familiar with our balance that we've been trading in for the last 3 months? It's crazy.
Interfax reporting that Russia may consider military convoys for merchant ships. So Interfax here is citing Putin's aide Patrushev on the convoys.
My building just switched property managers, and now they're doing quarterly inspections of units. I feel like I'm a fucking college kid in a dormitory. I actually kind of want to kill myself. Inspecting for what? They like are inspecting like where
INA
like
say that they're
destroying
citing Iraq, say that
our
Iran gas
places.
supplies have been completely halted.
Here, let me see if I can. I'll read the message if I can find it. 1 second. Sorry, it was in my jacket pocket. Quarterly inspection notice. Please be advised that our quarterly inspections will begin on March 16th. These inspections will occur every 3 months to ensure the following requirements outlined in your lease are being met. Housekeeping standards, overall cleanliness of the home, no water leaks or unreported maintenance issues, air filter replacement, no pest activity. During the inspection, our team will check for cleanliness, change air filters, and look for any signs of leaks or pest concerns. Blah, 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 blah. If housekeeping standards are not met as required by your lease, a housekeeping violation will be issued to the party responsible. Like, who fucked up that this is a thing? And why am I being punished for it? And they gave me this open-ended time where it's any point in the day. There's nothing I hate more than that. Give me structure, man. I mean, like it's not it's not abnormal for them to do something like this, but it's the first place I've been to that they've done it this frequently. It's the open-endedness and the the frequency of it, which
Iran's
is going to be
Tasnim
really
news
frustrating.
agency, citing Iranian oil ministry, says some of the infrastructure at South Pars has been damaged, but no injuries reported.
That's what's got me annoyed. Yes. Yeah, and I'm like, of course, like my dog's fucking sick right now. Like, what? I'm gonna leave, and my dog's gonna have like a diarrhea. I'm like, all right, it's sick. Love that for me. So it's basically just telling me I can't leave my place today. Just pushing into previous day value low to POC here on NQ, RTY retesting our 30-second opening range high. Same with the S. I mean, the liquidity is so bad. I don't know how much trading we're gonna do today. We'll see. Let's see if NQ can find a higher low here at 60s. That'd be my first look if we were gonna do anything. Let's see if we can bid here. I'd like to see us like bid and then push into like POC for another leg if we're going to do it. Because if not, this is going to be a trap, and then we'll rotate the full extent of this range, taking out this low. So I'll just keep an eye on that. What is this, 48? So 61 to like 48? I don't know. It just looks like we're going to trap, to be honest. I don't know. Let's keep an eye on it. See if we get a bit more clarity. Oh, Lord. So the plan for today is I don't want to trade FOMC. So what we want is an established balance before FOMC that we can find, that we can make easy money.
Tarar says that Pakistan is to pause strikes against Afghanistan
and milk it before volatility steps back in. That's the plan. We'll see if our goals actually align with reality. But I have a feeling that this is going to be a pretty violent FOMC, and I don't really want to be here to trade it. I'm not going to.
In a post on X, the Iranian president confirms the intelligence minister Khatib has been killed.
So failure at our 60, rotation through our range. It's just standard. It's just garbage. Or it's gonna be a take out highs, take out lows kind of day is what it looks like to me. Until we have a clear a clear showing that we want to expand and hold our edges, we're just going to treat this area as continued failures on the outside for rotations through, and then continued failures on the outside for rotations through our range. That's going to be my guess. Is it going to be playable? Unsure. But as of right now, we have a pretty clear D distribution on the day. Right. Get me out already. I kind of don't want... What is going on? I don't want these lines. I think they're a bit messy. I'm just gonna put the box. Call it a day. Alright, so we're taking our lows from our failure to our highs. We'll watch to see if we double bottom here or if we go down to that VPOC. That'd be my guess, and then we'll look for a reversion after that. Easy trap, yeah. The liquidity is resting at 900. And on the hourly, this is just an inside candle.
And so more color from Pakistani officials here.
Right.
So in regards to the pause on the strikes against
pivots.
Afghanistan, they say that this is due to Eid, as well as requests from Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar.
And then from 900s, when we tag into this 900, 890 area, we'll watch to see if we then revert back up for this trade to trap these lows, or if there's going to be something new. I don't know. We'll see. It's garbage price action, but the trap's the only thing that we can see here. RTY leading down. Again, I'm going to be looking for just a push into this POC here, which would be just a retest of our 30-second opening range low. We watch that edge as resistance until proven otherwise, but once we push through, then we'll just expect full rotations through our 30-second opening range if we can't hold the edge low, right? Pushing into our edge now. This is POC of previous candle. Seeing that buyer step in, higher low, reversion signal off of PVZ. Now watching to see if we can get back into value to trade our D distribution, or if this is going to hold as resistance like we talked about. So we initially look for an offer, and if the offer fails, we'll look for a full rotation of our range for another rotation through our distribution. Offer holding so far. See if we can breach these higher lows. Gotta take out lows for me to care. Hmm.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 1.5 million on the prior build of 3.824 million. The range sees a build of 3.371 million to a draw of 1.9 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast is a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 3.654 million. Distillers inventories forecast a draw of 1.5 million on the prior draw of 1.349 million. Crude Cushing inventories saw a prior build of 0.117 million. Also keep in mind at the bottom of the hour, we get the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem.
Holding so far, lower high, trying to take out lows, but still maintaining. Bid still resting at 890, 900. RTY diverging. We're watching to see if NQ will lead down or if RTY is going to lead up. Regardless, this is a great risk off for your first risk off as we retest lows. Now that we've rejected our value edge, we want to see a very clear sweep and break of our lows if we're going to do anything new. Or this is just going to bounce off of a failure, and then we'll look for a full rotation through. Right? Watching this as a divergence. You need to see Russell start to follow with NQ if we're going to get more. Come on. We're just waiting for Russell to figure out what it wants to do, and then NQ can get follow through. That's my guess. The longer we sit here, the more likely we absorb if Russell pops, and then we'll rotate through our D distribution, would be my guess in NQ. We need like a sweeper to step down, and we would like to ideally see RTY hold this reversion zone edge and then push down from here off of a failure. But we're kind of in like a springy situation where the longer we sit, the more volatile this move is going to get once we actually release on a directional move here. Cross market. Again, I've taken off half from our rejection of our edge, but I want to see like either let's fall, right? Like sweep through, which looks good on the 15 based off of our rejection of our POC of previous candle, and I want to see us then push down. But I need to see Russell move with market, or it's going to be unconvincing. And we're just going to continue to absorb
5 minutes
these
time now
lows
at
like we
the
are
bottom
right
of the
now.
hour. We see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast as a draw of 1.5 million on the prior build of 3.824 million, with the range seeing a build of 3.371 million to a draw of 1.9 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 3.654 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.5 million on the prior draw of 1.349 million, and crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a build of 0.117 million. Keep in mind as well at the bottom of the hour, see the start of the press conference from the Bank of Canada with their Governor Macklem. The live video is on the feed.
Okay, taking off a little bit more here as we push down into 860, 870 for our ETH low test. Russell follow through now. See if we get that secondary on Russell for that full move. There's our sweeper. Now that Russell's moving with the market, yeah. Crazy what we get when Russell follows with NQ. And that's our ETH low, so that should be your next risk off. See if Russell gets a double bottom here, or if we can get some continuation. NQ should just be a free trade at this point. And let your runners run. RTY broke lows. RTY retesting ETH low as resistance. If it holds, then we get another leg. If it doesn't, then we'll watch for I'd say a reoffer at 12s on RTY. So we want to see this hold here at ETH, or we'll have to wait for our next leg. Or we watch to see if this seller is able to hold a lower high.
So NATO Secretary General Rutt, currently speaking in Norway, says I'm in touch
You'll probably
with
have
many
another
allies on the
opportunity
Strait of
in
Hormuz.
a minute and 50 seconds, Sauce would be my guess. With the new 15. Just watch for like a reoffer.
S&P 500 extending declines now, down 0.7%.
What's up, Allie? I didn't mean to ignore you. Just a little focused.
NATO's Rutt says that allies are discussing collectively how the Strait of Hormuz can be reopened.
The shock that we're rotating our range that we've
1
been
minute
rotating
remaining for the EIA
for a
inventories.
month.
I'll lead with crude oil inventories.
Okay, it's like, you guys are so
The
funny.
Brent crude futures rising $6 to around $109 a barrel as Iran threatens to attack Middle East energy facilities.
Just took off one more. Watching Russell as we retest. Probably have to come back up into this 12 to 14.
Ten seconds. A build of 6.156 million, a build of 6.156 million, higher than the expected draw of 1.5 million. Gasoline inventory is a draw of 5.436 million, a draw of 5.436 million, lower than the expected draw of 2 million.
Probably one more leg
Distillate
up.
inventories, a draw of 2.527 million, a draw of 2.527 million, deeper than the expected draw of 1.5 million. Crude Cushing inventory is a build of 0.944 million.
Offer sitting at 840 on NQ. Russell holding higher low. Trying to recover our ETH low for that pushback up to that red zone above. See what happens into our offer here.
We have posted the US EIA weekly petroleum status reports on the feed for those interested.
I don't know if I have a ton of faith in this 40. Well, we'll see. They're trying here. If we can get RTY to retest ETH low and reject here, then maybe we're good. If not, then I think we're gonna have to one more leg up before we can actually get another leg down.
US Central Command on Iran says the US has struck more than 7,800 targets. And the IDF detects the launch of missiles from Iran and are working to intercept. So again, this comes after Iran has warned Gulf partners or Gulf regions to evacuate their energy facilities. Again, now seeing IDF detecting launch of missiles from Iran, working to intercept.
I haven't added yet. I'm not confident in this 40. I think we still continue to come back up. This guy at 40 continues to pull. It's like flirting with it. All right, into our 12 now, and Russell, we'll watch to see what we do. Now that we've failed to hold our lows, we've rotated back up to our offer. If we can put in a lower high here, I'll be a lot more confident. Same thing with NQ. Any yes into our edges.
Traders fully price in 2 quarter point ECB rate hikes this year.
see what we do. Because the issue is like if we don't put in a lower high here into our ETH low on NQ and ES with Russell into resistance here, we're just going to fully rotate back up to our 30-second opening range, right? And into this like POC to value. So we really want to see a lower offer sit here, because if not, then we're just going to come back up to our average. So we really do want these lower highs to hold structurally, right? We want to see a very clear lower offer as we push into this, because if not, we just come back up. Then we have to look for a break at these highs first before we can.
Department of National Intelligence's Gabbard says Iran could develop a viable intercontinental ballistic missile by 2035 if it chose to.
If it chose to. Okay. Now we watch our Russell ETH low again. Because just because we rejected where we wanted across the board doesn't mean that we will break our downtrend here. We can still put in a higher low, right? And then get a decision. But we have to keep an eye now to see if we're going to be able to breach structure and take out lows across the board, get below this on a reoffer. Now that we've done this move, and we have to wait to see what we're going to do. Can we get back below? Can we put in a lower offer? Do we see this offer shift from here to then here? If we can then get that next leg down, right, break these lows, I'll be in such a more confident position. If not, right, then this is a higher low, and then we'll just come back up. So let's see what they do. Hopefully you guys are following what I'm saying. Just following our moves on RTY. I'm just waiting for this retest into that 12s was the easiest way to be like, oh, okay, like this is where if we're going to get a secondary leg, this would make sense as we like push down into our sweeper. But then now it's just this middle ground where we're basically in a 1-to-1, right? Where it's like, okay, we're holding our offer, but if not, we're going to come back up here. And if we, right, it's like either we're coming back up to our break even at value edge, or we're coming back down to our lows, right? So it feels kind of like a 1-to-1 right now while we wait on our average in, which is like, it's okay. Like I want to see a bit more here. Yeah. Because if Russell wants to just like chop again, it's not the greatest for NQ.
So the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem again has started. The live videos on the feed for those interested.
Right, so like, was it a good area to look for that reoffer? Yes, but like, am I happy with this area yet? Trade-wise, no. But can we take off a little of our initial risk here? Yeah, totally, we can. We can move our averages down. That's no biggie. Right, so like this would look like this now after that reoffer. And now we can be free in this trade to let this thing decide what it wants to do now that we've traded and gotten that rejection at our 12s on Russell. Right? 72. Right, so I can look for where I expect that NQ resistance to be. If we're targeting that 12, then I know that this is where I want to see that seller, and that gives us our reoffer on NQ and ES, right, into our ETH low. That's our like catalyst for that move to the down. So even if this doesn't fully play, we've at least found the best potential reoffer with that as our sign of like where Russell's going to have that weakness, which will then allow NQ to move down. It's like, okay, well then we're just trading into this bid that's sitting here at 830. So we can risk off some of this position and then just chill in it and then look to see if we're going to come back up or if this is going to hold and then take out lows for our next leg, which we just don't know yet because RTY is sideways. It's a little sus. So what's your risk? The low? Just a scalp. No, I understand what you're saying, but like what's below 30? And what, you're playing it up to 60, 65, 68, 70?
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Iran war impact on the Canadian economy depends on the duration. So again, he's doing his press conference now, and the video's on the feed.
What made you want to go with the long rather than the short, risk to reward wise?
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says if the Iran conflict lasts, we will see some shifts in the composition of growth.
True.
US National Intelligence's Gabbard says Iran regime is intact but largely degraded.
I mean, it's fine regardless. I wasn't trying to like attack your position. I mean, like you made money, but I try to go in the direction of the larger move so that I have the highest potential to hold a runner, right? Because at the end of the day, why did my screen just go black? That was weird. At the end of the day, what we care about is are we maintaining our risk, and do we have the best odds in our favor of not overtrading and being able to do like not have to maintain or re-enter a position, or do we have the best possible average at our time to allow this trade to play without me having to stress, right? And have we seen enough in our lows for me to want to change my bias? That's kind of like the question that I'm asking myself. So what I see is like a clear lower high being put in with POCs holding above, with clear supply on footprint above us, right? And a trend to the downside. So it's like, okay, I'd rather be looking to look for a re-offer for a lower high because of the higher time frame, because I can then potentially just hold this position for our full rotation on our hourly chart, because I haven't seen enough information yet to confirm that this low is in. But do we have very clear risk for our low and where we could head if our lows maintain? Like,
USMCA reviewed
right?
chance for stronger supply chains, that's according to US Ambassador Johnson.
But like, where's the best like risk to reward with where we're currently trading? My question is like where your risk off would be. And you said 30 to 35.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says we've got time to assess the implications of the Iran war.
That's the part that I was questioning, is because I just don't know where your stop would be other than like the low. I mean, you trading back up to ETH low makes perfect sense. But stop wise, it's like, it could be anywhere. Yeah, I mean, Russell's just rotating between our 1214 offer and our lows. Just a oscillation.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says we will take rate decision one meeting at a time.
My opinion always is going to be like, until I see some sort of shift on footprint, I'm going to trade directionally with, are we above or below POCs on the 15-minute? Right? Because like that'll give me the best odds to hold runners for larger moves that I then don't have to manage, which will give me the highest returns. Yeah. Like, are we just balanced between 30 and 60? Yeah, definitely. Right. But do I care about this little rotation? No. This rotation means nothing to me. Oops. But we're building on a node. See what we do. My worry is we've got this pocket of liquidity above on both NQ and on ES where we can take out highs and then just continue downwards at any point. So like what we need to like show that this isn't just our supply first for me to like think anything different is going to happen. You know, especially with like our offer very clear on Russell into 12 to 14. Like that's just your short on NQ. It's just we come back up into that, and then we'll just look for the rotation through, like we originally said. Like, has anything changed with our thesis there about that?
According to reports here, that for the first time since the war started in the eastern province, residents in Saudi Arabia get an alert of incoming attacks. It's again a report on X saying for the first time since the war has started, the eastern province residents in Saudi Arabia get an alert of incoming attacks.
Wait, there may be another Spider-Man movie with Tom Holland. That's crazy. It's crazy how much superhero movies fell off. Like, Marvel really milked it to the point that no one cares. What did I think of of Superman? I mean, Superman movies are always kind of dumb. I'm not gonna lie, but this one was okay. I don't know. Superman movies are hard, man, because he's just too OP. So it just like becomes like, oh, he's got kryptonite, and now he's not OP, or it's like, oh, he's got another person is a hostage, and now he's not OP because he doesn't know what to do, right? Like it's always like the same plot. Like there's not, like I don't know, man. It's hard. It's hard.
Michaelum says if we begin to see core measures go up, that's a sign
Dark Knight
inflation
was
is
good.
spreading. Seeing German 10-year yield up 5 basis points to about 2.95%.
We're getting Batman Part 2 with Robert Patterson or whatever his name is. That should be decent. I like that universe quite a bit. It's a bit more grungy. Yeah, the Penguin show was good. But yeah, I don't know. It's just it's just so overplayed. I feel like I just have like I'm exhausted. superhero movies have been like in that same cookie cutter
Bank of
format.
Canada's Rogers says we're getting better at assessing supply shocks.
It looks like we're gonna have to go higher before we go lower with how we're trading. And Russell diverging, holding our lows still. Infinity War, yeah, that's kind of that was when the actual storyline ended. And then everything since then has just been slop. Like actual slop. You know what I think it is too is that maybe my timeline's wrong, but after Infinity War,
Rogers says we put a big focus on high frequency data and near term data.
that's when Disney Plus started to get like big, and they started to care more about like trying to build out Disney Plus content and get like all these stupid superhero shows and all this other side content in, and it like just ruined everything. My timeline could be wrong, but that feels right. Yeah. Like after Infinity War and it was sold, or I mean I guess it was probably sold earlier than that, but that's when like Disney started to like really try to milk it and make like 17 Marvel shows at the same time, and then you had to watch, you had to watch 5 Marvel TV shows plus the
Malcolm
movies
says I don't think we measure
to know
immediate
what was
effect of
going
the war in
on,
terms
and
of
then you had
weeks.
this multiverse, and then it was just like, what are we doing? Like, I know, no, you're doing too much. You're making me watch 35 things for a comic book.
Rogers says supply shocks differ from COVID because of economic slack.
Like, what are we doing? You're exhausting your base. You milked it for all it's
Malcolm
worth.
adds that we don't think we're going to see a rapid pass through of higher energy prices.
I for sure get stopped out, by the way. Over 72. Over that wick high on the 15. Disney buying Star Wars and killing it was a huge O. Yeah, well, Star Wars has been better. I wouldn't say that they killed Star Wars. Like, I thought some of their TV shows have been good. But then they milked it, right? Some of their shows have been atrocious. Some of them have been decent. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think Rogue One was great. Yeah.
Macklem says we can raise rates if we see signs that energy prices are going to cause persistent inflation.
Mm-hmm. They just need a new plot, man. Like we can't. It's like we need a new plot. I think we've it's been overplayed.
WTI futures hit the widest discount to Brent since May 2019 as the war in the Middle East worsens.
I'm gonna get stopped here on runners over 72. But Rogue One was good because Andor was good as well, right? Like that whole universe is very solid, where we're like seeing normal people.
Macklin says if energy prices come back down, we see more weakness in the economy, we can lower our policy rate.
I'm stopped on runners there. We'll watch to see if this flips or if this holds. Russell diverging and pushing up into VWAP, so I'd rather be stopped for the rotation back up than try to base my trade off of hopes and prayers. We'll watch to see if the bid can now hold this at our ETH low for rotations back up to 920, with first risk off at 900 at POC of that candle. If you're looking for the flip. Through 15's open here. Opening now. Your risk is POC to value. So as long as this is maintaining, upside has potential for rotations up to 900 and then 920 like we talked about. So we'll just keep an eye on this. See if this can hold now that we've been stopped on our short. And see if we can now rotate up. Again, first risk off is POC here. Secondary would be into our edge. Yeah, but like the flip, right, is a much better long in my opinion than trying to do anything else. Like there's no reason not to just be attempting a short until the flip, right? Like there's just there just isn't, because we know where we're headed if we flip, right? We're just going to come back up to our original seller, and that's like the whole point that I was trying to make, is that like there's no reason, unless your stop is just like the low, to try to trade this balance, in my opinion.
News agency citing a local official says the fire at Iran's South Pars field is under control.
Like it's just not really worth your time because the downside is still there. But like we can take out highs and get back into value, then it's like, oh, okay, we'll just come back up to our original short location. And then from there we can figure out what we want to do. But like the flip still offers a good amount of points, right? Instead of having to like try to trade this balance. That's why I was like, is your stop the low? Because if it's the low, then like, okay, that makes sense. But if it's just like a random kind of level, it's a bit odd. Risk-wise. Let's see what we do here. But I think playing off of Russell's higher low is fine. That's for your long if you're trying to do that. No, you're good, dude. But again, like I'm not. I just wanted you to see your risk to reward there in that little balance of like what's the best probable area for you to be able to hold a runner, and with like a stop that's kind of like arbitrary. It's like if you're gonna try looking for like an early low, then I feel like your stop just kind of has to be like the low of that entire move. Personally, but. You know, you do you. Let's see if we find a bid here on our edge into value to POC, or if this is going to trap and then rotate down. Right. So what we've done now is we've built out a balance in these lows, and we are now coming back in. Right, this area here. This is our previous highs. We are looking to see if we can build here for continuation up, or if this is going to trap, and then we're going to rotate down, and then this trap liquidity will result in a break of our lows. So we want to see this bid ideally hold pretty well with Russell follow through, seeing as Russell is what led us up, and we've recovered our value edge on the daily. Right? So we're trying to now see, can we hold this off of our previous highs where sell side was sitting? Is the bid now present here? And from our hold of our value edge, let me turn off drawings.
Bank of Canada's Governor
value
Malcolm
edge,
says
this
longer
dotted
term
line.
inflation expectations are key for the Bank of Canada.
Can we rotate back up to POC now that we're trying to hold value low? So that's what we're trying to establish right now. Off of our recovery, our value, can we build? If so, then we can look up to POC. If this fails, then we'll treat it as a trap and then play the rotation down with the idea that we'll take out lows because then we have offset liquidity. And then we have a plan for both directions. That 45 to 68. Yes, exactly. That is the POC to value of our previous candle. Right? So, like, this is the yellow box represents POC of our candle, and this white line here represents the value. This is the value high of our previous candle. This is the value low of our previous candle. So if we open our new 15s above our value high and we've expanded outside of these lows, right, I'm now looking for us to then trade to the POC to value high of this candle where our seller sat, right? That's why we came up with our first risk off into 900 to 920. That's just how that target came to be. Because if we're now holding here, we can expect price to have to come back up into these guys who were absorbed here. Does that make sense? And then this would be your first risk off here into 900s off of our hold of our value edge. And then the trade is just free. Oh yeah, I mean yesterday was actually disgusting. Like it was so stupid. It's because we got the full move in fucking Globex, man. There's nothing for us to do other than digest. This is just awful. Whenever we do those days where we do like the full, we did like our full multi-month balance rotation overnight. Like, what are we gonna do other than just chop up there at resistance? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, yeah. In this market, that's when like the real trades are happening. This is your next risk off here into 20s. This is our 30-second opening range. This is PT2, our value high. Your full trade is now played and you should be in runners looking to see if we can get back above value. But yeah, in this kind of market environment, you have to remember that like it is so much thinner and so much easier for price to move in Globex compared to RTH. And so like now we're in when the rest of the world is awake and we've got wars going on in other countries, right? When the market's much thinner, it's much easier for movement to actually happen. So like a lot of the times now, our RTH sessions are more of about like digesting the overnight moves, which sucks. It's the worst kind of market when that happens. But it is what it is. Our overall structure hasn't changed, but when we get like large movements like that overnight, yeah, you just expect like a digestion session most of the time. Which is just like not fun at all. And we had like the contract shift as well, and we have FOMC. It's just like it's the triple whammy of a shitty market. As long as Russell's continuing to push, you've got the ability to keep going up. We'll see. What is my dog doing? All right. I'm just in runners. I'm gonna put my stop at 60 on my runners, and then just have PTs at 40 and 60 above. So stop is 860 on runners, and then I'm gonna have a PT at 940 and 960, and then I'll be right back. My dog's about to be bad.
According to Nikkei, Japan's second phase of US investment pledges is seen reaching $63 billion. The Saudi Defense Ministry say they intercepted and destroyed 2 ballistic missiles launched towards the eastern region, according to their state TV. And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklем's press conference has now ended.
Okay.
Fitch ratings say that there's no immediate
Sorry about
rating
that.
change for European state agencies from the oil surge.
So annoying. I had to clean that up as soon as I saw her. She was squatting. How's she doing today? I thought she was better. And then she just pooped in the house. And it was disgusting. I took her out right before I got on stream. And she did literally nothing. She just looked at me like I was an idiot. Which, like, to be fair, like, yeah. Like, yep. It's not in her control when she wants to go right now. She's sick. So I guess I am the idiot, but you know. She only had one accident yesterday, and now she had an accident today with me in the house, which is crazy. Without like asking. Usually like she's good, like she'll be like, "Yo, like we got to go." So it's bad when she doesn't even come up to me and tell me like, "Hey, if you don't take me out right now, you're going to be really mad at me." So she's still clearly pretty sick. If this lasts any longer, I'm going to have to go to the vet and get on like actual meds. Just retesting our value edge here on ES and Q. Just rejected our 30-second opening range. Just traded back up to view up. Watching to see if we can hold value on retest or if this is going to fail and then rotate down. Russell double topped. We didn't get much more. We'll watch ES here into this pocket. See if we build out a little bit of a higher low at our ETH. How old is she? She's going on 15. She's old. She's an old girl. So I can't be too mad at her because she's usually very good. But we didn't hold the previous 15-minute. No, we did not. We traded into target, right? Which is our 920, which is our sell side POC, where we push down. So we've come back up to retest our seller, and we've traded into our edge, and nothing has changed in our overall market dynamic, right? Which is why we've risked off a lot of that position. And now we're just reverting. We're trading this as a balance now between our 860 and our 920, right? Inside candle. We're just retracing wick to wick. So we'll see what happens from here. Ideally, we put in a higher low. That's the ideal setup, is that we don't have to come back fully, but we'll see. But this is why we wanted to risk off into 900 and 920 as targets, and then try to leave a runner. Yeah, we got the opposite reaction of what you wanted to see, right, Visionary? We saw absorption into our highs instead of follow through. So now we have a POC that's above us, which is dangerous. Man, I took care of that accident she had so fast, and it still reeks. That feels bad. I did everything in my power to make that go away as fast as possible, and I'm still dying. Yeah, we'll see if we get another bounce here. Just yes into a PVZ. We're watching for Russell. As soon as Russell finds a low, then the market can have another leg. But without it, it's just done so. As soon as we lose momentum on Russell, it's, market's kind of dead.
So according to a UAE Foreign Ministry statement, they affirm that targeting energy facilities linked to Iran's South Pars field poses threats to global energy security.
Holding our lows so far, no change.
Nikkei reports that nuclear reactors are expected in Japan's next US investment.
RTY got our bounce at our edge. ES got our bounce at our edge. And Q got its bounce on its edge. I'm going to take off a little risk here. And now just in my new average here again from our retest of our lows. Just playing off the 60. We were so close to my stop out. Holy. Like, yikes. Into our 900 again, first target off our 860 lows. Russell trying to make a higher low. We'll see if it can do it. If it can, then we should be able to do another rotation. If not, then this will be where the offer sits for the start of a new downtrend. Right. Just watching this higher low here potentially on Russell. We're gonna rotate right back up. Right, higher low. Look for something like that, or this will fail, and then the downtrend will continue. Just watch to see if RTY still has momentum. We'll look below. Now watching to see if we get this for rotations back up. Same as before. Just keep an eye on this. Very clear risk. I've taken off a little bit more risk here in the 900s from our 860 low. No confirmation yet that we want to shift. Things to watch out for is that POC on the daily on NQ is attempting to shift here at 900s, which could be very good. Just got to keep an eye on that. $40 still new 15s. Offer holding a lower high so far. Russell flat, but higher low. Just watching our ES edge here on our recovery of our value low. Again, POC is attempting to shift on NQ. I think that'll be a big factor. We'll watch to see how we open in new 15s in 30 seconds. Is my internet working? Are we good? Twitter won't load for me for some reason. What the heck? I think Twitter's down. How am I supposed to survive a trading day with no Twitter? Unlucky. Time to go into Truth Social, I guess. Holy. RTY attempting to hold higher low, pushing back into our 30-second opening range here at 18s. ES holding our value edge, and Q holding our value edge, just pushing back up. Holding POC of previous candle, but still a lower high. We're not going to be confident in this until we see 920s go bid. Until then, that's just where offer is going to sit as we push into this this 900, 920 area. But regardless, 860 and then this higher low at 880 have been great areas, great opportunities with the Russell getting momentum. Now that we're pushing back into a potential resistance on Russell, right, into our POC on the daily on the Russell chart, as well as our 30-second opening range, we have to look for a potential momentum loss once again. So again, just as we push into this 18 to 19 area on RTY and ES into our VWAP here and NQ into our 30-second opening range low at 20s, it's a great secondary risk off, and then you can try to leave runners until we can flip and start to build in this. So I've just taken one off here into our push into 15s, and now we're just in a runner here from 60. Do I think we get 920? Yeah, I mean, we're going to get around there. I don't know if it's going to be exact. It's whatever RTY wants to do, momentum-wise, you know. But with the whole of our lows, I'd like to see us take out highs, but, you know, maybe I'm being a little too hopeful. But that's why we have runners, you know? So I don't have to care. Stop sitting on at 59.75 still, just right below our 60. Again, I've taken off into 900 and 920, and now I'm just watching to see what happens. Lord. I was having this conversation with a friend of mine yesterday, but when did Stanley become like lame and that new brand Ola become like the go-to? Like, when did that happen? People are obsessed with this, like that new, like, what is it called? Ola? Owala? Have you guys seen that? Like, it's just a bottle. What do we? Yes. You don't remember like when Gen Z was going crazy over Stanleys, and like every white woman in the world had at least 3 Stanleys, Stanley cups. Uh, well, Stanley's very it's so last year XY. It's all about the Owala now. People are buying them at premium. Do I have a Stanley Cup? No, no, I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that. But I did notice that they're lame now, and that this new company is has moved in and has taken over. It's interesting. Sip or suck? Is that it? They've got the tech. Hmm. Hmm. Well, according to them, there are multiple ways. Wow. You got the free sip and you got the smooth sip, don't you know? And then you have the free sip sway. Don't forget about that one. All right, what is going on with Twitter's down again? Oh, we're back. You're funny, Rory. Means the GPU price is actually double, bud. Good job. Like the stock? I mean, like your best price right now is like 170, 175 on average. If it ever goes back down there. But I mean, like our Nvidia chart's pretty clear. We've been trading in this balance for quite some time. So like this has been a pretty good discounted price down here into this 170s. But we're kind of just holding here. It's not great. But we have no clue what we're gonna do. And this could easily turn into, you know, some sort of bear flag to the downside. Back down to these 170, 175s, or we could continue to just hold our gap. And then if we get back up here, then I'd be looking for full rotations, like so. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, like on average, as of the last few months, 170, 175 has been a pretty good price, as you can see by the chart. Per the rectangle that we've been trading in. Not only can I post a screenshot, I can just link you the chart, bud. But yeah, no, I mean, we've been trading in the same range for like a year on the video. Uh-oh. There's about to be so much drama in MAGA tonight. Joe Kent live on the Tucker Carlson network at 6 p.m. tonight. If you don't know who that is, I'm happy for you, first of all. But secondary, it's the guy who just left. He's like a very MAGA guy who just left, and he was the head of the, or he's the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and he left because of the Iran war, and because we're, what he says, doing Israel's bidding. And then all of MAGA turned on him instantly. So there's going to be some good drama, yeah. This post is so good, man. Is he dead or not? I don't know. I'm not going to believe it until he's in the White House with Trump. And even then, man, is Trump real? Is anything real? They're all lizards. All right, I fully, if there was one thing that I believe in, it is that the world ended in 2012. Do I have a Goodreads? I do, but I don't use it very often. I update it like once every 5 years. I don't even know what my email is for that Goodreads. Let me try to see. Thought it was my main, but apparently not. Oh yeah, I bet flippers. I bet. Dude, where's my... What email did I use for Goodreads? Why is it acting like I don't have an account? Wait, did they delete my account? I like clearly have emails when I search Goodreads for an account on my main email address, and then I go to log in and it says you don't have an account. What? It's asking me to create one. I don't understand. I have emails from 5 years ago from Goodreads, and I've been getting spammed ever since on multiple email addresses, but I can't log into my account. Hello? I'm gonna... Brother, well, I just tried to use an email address for one of my accounts. Good news! Like, what? I'm so confused. And then I gotta go sign in, and then it tells me I don't have an account. I'm in an infinite loop. What do I do? Like, actually stuck. There's no, like, forgot your password? Like, there's nothing... This site is awful. Bro, like, what? What are we talking about? I mean... And then I click that sign in, and then it says this page doesn't work. It gives me a HTTP 400 error. Okay. Just back to our 920 here, no change, just rotating in this garbage range. Yes, still holding, just rotating. There's nothing here. Just back to our 30-second opening range low. 30 seconds, 2015s. All right, well, Goodreads is a flop. I can't get in. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's connected to my Amazon account and that's why it's messed up. $920 offer held, no change. Russell starting to lead down. Yes, back down to our lows here. Just choppy price action. Okay, well, I could sign in with Amazon, but I'm not redoing this, man. This sucks. It would have, I only have 15 books reviewed on the Amazon one. I had like 600 reviewed on my main account. So it's GG's. Not going through this. That sucks. What the hell? Sorry, there's really not much to talk about right now. It's just 12 o'clock chop, you know? We got our move, held our lows, still just in our runner here. Stop at 59.75. We've played it up to 900 to 920 now multiple times, and now we're just chopping. POCs are building above us. There's clearly a seller willing to take in, with VWAP holding as resistance on both ES and NQ. Russell making lower highs, pushing down, now below value. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty choppy. It's just a lot of inside candles. Like reading more into Joe Kent. Former Green Beret. Former Green Beret and CIA operator. 11 combat deployments. His wife was a Navy intelligence specialist and killed by an ISIS suicide bomb in Syria. This man is so sick of the Middle East. Oh, hopefully. 11 deployments is crazy. His wife was the first U.S. woman killed in combat against ISIS. No wonder. I mean, what he's saying here is, I mean, it's just like common sense, but that's common sense ain't so common these days. Just back down to our lows here at 60. See what happens. Yeah, it's back into our lows here as well, into our PVZ. Oh, XY. While we're sitting here, we can use the LinkedIn speak model. Full rotation here from our 60 lows, just rotating up. No change. Yes, as well. That's something sauce. Yeah, I mean, it's just chop, bro. Just chop. That's why This is my trading here. It's just like, what else is there to do other than just buy a 60? Like, what else, what else are we gonna do? Oh, get me out. I need a good Rory sentence to translate into LinkedIn speak. Any good Rory quotes in the chat? Yeah, you did. I was scrolling that one with the surf. Are you an athletic machine? Oh no, would you consider yourself? Mm-mm-mm. Sorry, I'm eating an apple. This one's pretty good. I forgot she's in that stupid hearing. The US and Israel have now struck 15,000 targets in Iran since the war began on February 28th. Holy. 50,000 American servicemen have been sent to the Middle East to support the operation. US and Israel have conducted 11,500 combat flights with 15,000 targets hit. The US has destroyed more than 100 Iranian naval vessels. Total U.S. cost of Iran war is nearing $25 billion, or $11,500 per second. Holy. Dude, 15,000 targets in 19 days is kind of insane. What? Oh. I don't know if you guys want to watch this, but it's been going on for a little bit. I've just been watching clips instead of the full thing. Oh, it might be over. Oh, the open session's adjourned, so now it's just going to be quotes. I refuse to watch that trailer because it's going to be the entire movie. I know what superhero trailers are like. Yeah. I can't stand trailers. They just like why like you don't say anything. It's hard though. Like, I don't know. But especially for a book like that or for like a movie like that. Like, you need it. Yep. You guys gonna go see Project Hail Mary this weekend? It comes out the 20th. I'm hoping I can go to see it in IMAX this weekend. What's it sitting at on Rotten Tomatoes right now? Rotten Tomatoes. It's sitting at 98. Huge. Two's Wind. Oh, this weekend. Okay. This could be our market until FOMC, by the way. Just letting you know. Just back to our 60s here. I just got stopped there. Russell rejecting our 30-second opening range high here again, the 18s. Yes, looking below where we've been bidding over and over again. Just watching our reoffer, see if we hold. There's really not much to do here. I mean, we're just watching to see if that was just a wick out sweep below this liquidity that we've been bouncing off of, or if something's gonna shift. This is still where the bid rests. It was just my runner from our last attempt to do average down at 60s. So let's just watch to see as we push into this 45 to 62, and if we get back above our ETH low, or if this is going to shift. I would say that if we don't find a bid here at 45s, that we're probably headed back down to make this resistance and then come back down to like 790 here. So just going to keep an eye on this area, see if we get back above and then bid, or if this is going to rotate. But I don't know. I don't know what caused this event other than us just being sideways for so long. I don't know if there's news or something. I don't see anything, but we'll see. I'd rather play a reoffer though, instead of just like a random sweeper that steps down. So I will wait for a retest before. So we'll watch our edge here, 45 to 60. See if sweeper holds offer. Previous buyers, are they going to stay sellers, or are we going to trap down here and then just rotate back up? I don't know. This is why I want to watch for our retest, is because like we don't have anything to really play off of that initial candle. So now we just need to see if sell side is going to step down or if we're trapping below. Watching our retest as we push into our PVZ. Gotta find Russell's high before we can look for it. Yes, into our edge as well. Just watch our reoffers as we push in. Looking for Russell loss of momentum. Now that we're doing the full range rotation. And we'll just watch NQ into our edge. I have not entered yet. Just waiting. See if we can get below 45. Start to offer it, or if a higher low is going to bid here. So cold. Russell retesting highs where we just saw that huge rejection coming right back up to our 30-second opening range low, while NQ tries to shift value here at our 45 to 60. 45 bidding, buyers are going to try to step us back over 60s and then sweep, whereas sellers are going to try to defend this and get us back below 45s for a new low. Just, I think it'll depend on what Russell does here as we test the top of our oscillation once again. Offer at 60, continuing to hold. Russell testing highs. This is POC on the daily. So now we have this liquidity below, right? We're watching to see if we can get back in. Offer sitting at 58s on NQ. Trying to show a lower high. Still needs to sweep below 45s for anything real, or that bid is just going to continue to hold there. RTY trying to hold the higher low. I am still flat after getting stopped at 60. This is what I'm watching. We're just keeping an eye on this pivot. All right, we played our 60s multiple times here off this edge. And we're now watching to see from this high that we were filling into, which was our 920. Right, we just did this range multiple times. I've stopped out, and now my stop is where we're currently holding this resistance, right, at this 60. So I'm just keeping an eye on this to see if we're going to be able to hold this low. And if we can get below this 45 here and reoffer, then I'll be looking for those to be taken out and for us to head down here. But I need to be careful because if this liquidity remains, right, like this is your risk right now. This 45 to 30, right? You could be looking at that as your stop and then be looking for any push over 60s as a full rotation back up. That's the issue, is that we have this we have a potential here for a more of the same trade, right? Which this low holds, and then you play off 45 to 30 as your risk, and then as soon as we pop over 60s, then we look for the full rotation back up to our range highs. So we need to really see sell side try to defend this, get below 45s, and then that offer shift here. Because if we get that, then we can look for that continuation down. But if we don't, right, like if this bid can continue to maintain here, then any look over is just going to result in a rotation back up into our 900. Make sense? New 15's just opened. Opening below POC of previous candle. They're really trying to shift this, but Russell divergence is so sus. Which is why I haven't entered yet. Was 60 a bad area to look for an entry? No. But do I really want to be trading between 45 and 60 right now? Not really. Like, not at all. Not one bit. It just feels like we're gonna punish directionally, and I'm gonna be on the wrong side regardless. So I'd rather wait for a good secondary instead of just like trading a 15-point range for no reason while Russell's diverging. Because like the catalyst could be here is that 45s hold, and then we get this flag here, and then we just continue on our way, right? And then these guys are all trapped below, and then that leads to that pop up. But something else that could happen is that 60s continue to hold. This is all trapped liquidity above and any attempt above, and then RTY is unable to sustain up in these highs, and then we do a full rotation back down to these lows, and that gives us the catalyst we need here below 45s for that next leg down. And Russell can just do this stupid oscillation again while that's happening, right? So like it's hard because we don't know if this is going to play as divergence because we haven't seen a break yet to the upside. We're just seeing them hold here. So like, yes, we're diverging, right? Very clear divergence, opposite reactions here off of the initial move, but we haven't seen follow through. And without that follow through, it just feels very suspect, very sus. And again, like that's why it's like this risk here is from the buy side is like 45 to 30. As long as that's holding, your potential for full rotation back up through our balance is like very high. We just need to show that interest over 60s with Russell lead. Like sell side desperately needs this LVN to continue to maintain and trap, right? Any look above needs to basically be defended and then immediately get swept below 45s for that continuation down. So because I'm so unsure and because of this area is so slow, I'm just not touching it. We have ideas, but nothing has played yet. Yeah, I mean, usually FOMC is a pretty good day, pre-FOMC, as long as you're expecting like balance. I think this 45 to 30 might be actually the good trade, but we'll see. I think there are going to be too many people trying to sell this in these slows, and then we'll get the rotation up. That's my guess right now. I haven't taken anything yet. But we'll just have to keep an eye on Russell. But I'm thinking that this might happen. Just need that pop over 60s for the follow through with these guys continuing to get absorbed here. No giveaways today, sorry. I mean, you have a really good average, Sauce. Like 60 is great. Makes sense to try. But it just feels like there's about 15 points of risk on either side right now. In a 15-point range, which is like a little awkward. Right, like this is our risk and our lows right now. Oops. Like we have this LVN, which is like, like 15 to 20 points. And then we have this down below, which is like 15 points. Feels very, and then like the actual range is 15 points. That's like, all right, well, maybe we should just wait. Your view from NQ in here? We're just waiting on the next leg. We're watching to see if Russell can push above here. This is NQ, so I'm just watching to see if this 30 to 45 can hold. If it does, and we see any interest over 60s, then we should get a full rotation back up to 920. But if 60s continue to maintain and we can't get over, and then we see a sweep below 45s, I'd fully expect us to then trade down to 796. So I'm just waiting right now because we're in a bit of a limbo state. We have a very clear edge on ES and NQ that we're trying to build below, right? These previous buyers are trying to now go resistant, right? Sellers, we're just watching. I got stopped out of my last trade. I was long 60s, sold into 920, stopped break even at 60. Now just waiting. Too slow for me to want to do anything. But I think as long as 30 to 45 is holding, that we have a lot of potential as soon as we show any interest over 60s for a full range rotation back in. I think too many people are going to try to look for this short, but I don't know. All right, let's see what happens on this look above 60. See if we get the secondary leg. Russell leading. I'd love to see us be able to build here for this pop. I'm in small on the look over 60s, but expecting a little bit of a flagging action here. This will either be our catalyst for our sweeper off of a failure to sustain 60 to 40 on our look below with this liquidity trapped, or this will be our flag for our rotation up. So just really keeping an eye on secondary positioning now that we're above. Just following our plan. Oops. SIBO has filed a proposal with the SEC to launch 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, U.S. equities trading. Kill me. Brother, the trader fatigue that's going to happen on that 5 day a week, 24 hours a day trading on equities. Ugh. So again, like we need to show initiative here at 60s, 45 to 60 on the look above, or this is just going to trap, and then we'll get a really nice failure to look back in, right? And then go to target. If this doesn't happen, then this becomes trapped liquidity, and then a sweeper below then leads to this then becoming a really nice offer instead, right? Like we need to see initiative from buyers to get us back in. Or this is just going to result in a bid that's pushed us right off of a failure of our lows, but then no secondary is stepping in to be like, hey, we want to keep going, right? Like if there's no follow through, there's no follow through. You gotta just kind of like accept it. So we need to see what we're gonna do here. Like if there's no excitement to get back into value, then it is what it is. It just becomes trapped liquidity. New 15s opening right at 45s. Flat POCs here. Russell into our opening range low on retest. Retesting our structural break. This action is so slow. Offer trying to lower below 45s here. This could be good for that trapped liquidity above theory. Take out lows, hopefully, here, below 30s. It's your first risk off if you're playing the flip. Just covering my stop out from playing 60 to 45. Yeah, I mean, well, it's, and again, like, that makes sense. Like, we had an attempt at the lows that failed, right? Then we look above, fail, and then it's like, okay, well, then let's play the flip. You get this choppy action where we have participants on either side who have basically failed, but this one matters more because now this creates pressure for sellers as a catalyst, right? Our stop out is now fully covered. We just took out lows. Full target into 795. But like having that understanding of like the understanding like where momentum loss can happen and like this liquidity where it'll be trapped is super important of like where you need to invalidate. So it's like we either get the like a really, you know, poppin' super fast momentum driven play here for the secondary buyer on the open new 15s, Or like this is just going to be trap liquidity, and then we use that trap liquidity to play down instead. How do you get around like you immediately flip on a pivot, but then you get stopped out twice if it bounces at your stop? I guess depends on your pivot. What? So you're saying like if you stopped out on a position and then you have filled in the opposite direction and then it fully comes back on you and stops you out again? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. Where would that have happened in this case? So like for me, like I tried to bid here at 60s and my stop was 45s. And then I filled 45s short immediately and then we played it down. So like in that scenario, the only thing that did you try shorting this original one? Is that what happened? Yeah, I'd say I wasn't confident there because we had Russell diverging. So I think it's just about understanding like where you have strength, right? And where you have to be careful. To me, this just like, I didn't like this look below and then the bid holding here. So it just didn't make sense to me to really try this. Like the only thing you could have tried here is trying to play off of 60, which is what Sauce did in chat. Instead of trying to short 45s here, you're shorting your high, right? So it's just about understanding the edge that you're actually attempting. So if you're going to take an initial short, you want to be trying into our known resistance here instead of trying to take out the lows. So that would have been a good way to avoid that, because even in this choppy area, you would have still just been a break even, right? In the chop. I'm a big proponent of until we see a look above and then a look through our area of interest, our zone, to not try to short edges, right? We need some sort of catalyst like this, offside liquidity above, for this to be a valid trade to try to short a lower edge. You get me? So again, like I stopped out. I took like a $400 loss there after closing, but it doesn't matter because we immediately filled and then flipped in the opposite direction, just based off of what I was talking about, right? So like I tried playing the higher low. Don't get me wrong, like I did try, but you can see like I did not try after we got stopped because I knew that this 60 was a big level. So like I'm gonna try to play this expansion look, but my risk is then 45s. And if we don't hold this and push up off of this, I know that this liquidity is then offsides and that my risk to reward is way better to the downside now because now we have this catalyst above. Yeah. That's why I'm way more confident getting filled on an immediate short off of a stop of a failure above. Because now we have this as our fuel to get out of this range. But to me, the risk here is that this buyer is going to continue to hold here and we're going to push up instead of down. Right? So trying to short these lows is really risky in my opinion. That's why I didn't do it, especially with the Russell divergence. So like if you're going to short, you could try shorting our 60 where we stopped out. But because I stopped out there, I'm not shorting it. I got to wait to see what we're going to do. But I'd rather play the look above and attempt it. And then that failure results in like, sure, we stop out, but it's not a big deal because we immediately cover our stop off of our first targets. Right? It doesn't really affect us. And now we look to see if we can now hold here on a retest and get below this and then continue on our way. Does that make sense? So it's like if I did get, okay, let's say I did play that 45s and I did stop out at 60, I wouldn't reattempt. I would have chopped it up as a loss overall if I got stopped out on both sides, and then I would have had to wait for something new to come into play for me to get back into that trade, right? And something new for me is like this, Ali, where we have this liquidity above that gets trapped in our overall sweeper to the downside.
right? Like this is a seller who's swept the market to the down, and now we're coming up into this LVN, and now I'm watching, is this going to be able to hold above this balance, or is this going to fail? And as soon as we see the seller step in again, right, like I want to play this to the downside because I know that we'll have speed because we have this as a catalyst. So you need some sort of like new catalyst to come in for me to then try to take that trade again, or it just doesn't really make sense. That's usually how I treat it. But again, like I use Russell for a lot of my kind of like, I guess I'll call it like a feeler to let me know like what the market wants to do. And when Russell has that movement or like that divergence, I usually tend to not trade because it's going to be too volatile, too choppy on NQ. Like we won't have a clear idea that we can follow along on. Yes, yeah. Well, you need a catalyst, right? So like you shouldn't just short an edge to short an edge because it's an edge, right? Looking for something that doesn't exist yet. So like you can try to be predictive, but you have to have rules that you're following for things to make sense. Like there's a reason why the market moves the way it does, right? And we need to have some sort of liquidity event for that kind of movement to happen. And I think like this is a perfect example of like a failed buy and a trapped buyer who's now above our range, and then a seller then taking advantage of that creates the sweep liquidity that we needed that failed tier before, right? We have to take out highs before we can go lower, is basically what that setup is. So like having that as a rule of being like, is there a liquidity event that we can play around? Is there a catalyst, right? You can have a trigger, but then you can arm, have like an arm, but you need a trigger then to actually take that trade. You can look for a trade and, like arm your weapon or arm your trade, but then you need to actually have a catalyst to trigger the actual buy or sell. And again, we're looking for like 795, 800 here. Yeah, like that again. Like there's a reason why I wasn't entering after I got stopped there. It's because okay, if we don't have the speed and we're in a slower market, and we're not showing that desire to continue to push down almost immediately, then I'm thinking that we need some sort of trap above event to happen before we can actually head down. And that's why I'm willing to immediately flip on a move like that because we have a catalyst. If we didn't get a good look above and hold the alley, I wouldn't have immediately flipped there. But I just know that I am so very wrong on that hold above 60s and what's going to happen just based off of previous trades that I've taken, right? Like I understand like what we're getting trapped in a liquidity event there. Bids resting at 800. I just got filled at 800s. Just in a runner now. That's our target into our rebid, our reversion zone. Off of the failure to hold above PVG value. Little look above, failure, rotation down. The flips are fast today. I've been waiting for the retest on flips and it's made me miss a couple times. Yeah, I mean, it happens, man. It happens, especially when we have a liquidity event like that. Like, it's just, it's very hard to get, unless you're just gonna like limit fill in the opposite direction, right? By getting your stopped out and then just getting filled. It's gonna be very hard to try to get like the perfect entry. So I just would rather like play off of a thesis of like, if then, right? Like, if this liquidity fails here, then I am looking for this event to happen, and I'm looking for momentum, and then I'll look for that next leg. That, to me, that kind of like, I don't know. It just feels much better from a systematic point of view of like, we know what we're looking for. We're looking for this to basically trap here, or get back in and give us a full range rotation. So like, the risk to reward feels really good if we can get that low to hold, but if not, I'm looking for speed through. I don't know. Like, it makes sense when you, like, I think looking for perfect fills is kind of like, it's gonna screw you over. Yeah, definitely. New 15's opening now. I don't know. The way that I view it is that it's worth, like, there are multiple systems at play here, like, that we can look at. Let me turn off indicators. So like, this to me is worthwhile to try to take because our risk is so minimal on the look above. And we know what's going to happen if this fails, right? We understand that this will become trapped liquidity. But if we can hold here, then I'd be looking for a full rotation up, which makes this like a really nice 3-to-1 trade off of off of 15 points of risk. But like, I understand that if this does fail, right? Like, and this is why I was talking about it before we got the follow through. Is like, if this liquidity above these highs gets taken, and then we don't see that sustained bid up to then do this rotation where we then hold this, we then use this as our catalyst for the downside move, because we know as soon as we sweep below 45s, it's over, right? Like, that's been the that's what I've been saying. So it's just like understanding the mechanics of liquidity. Like, we know that this seller was here. And so like, you can attempt this because I think it's worth, or you could just have been looking for the short overall because we've failed to, get back into our overall structure if you're uncomfortable with trades like that, right? But like, 15 points of risk is not bad. Especially when you get a really nice flip trade. Like, it is just like the mechanics of the market for that trapped liquidity to then result in a break of lows. Like, that's the entire thesis of like, that is like how we've always traded. It's like a look above and failure equals a new catalyst and a reason for us to trade outside of balance, right? So like, this look below and then hold resulted in this look above our balance, right? our balance being 45 to 60, right? Like that, this liquidity here resulted in that look above here. This liquidity here resulted in this look below here. And like both of these trades have very solid risk to reward for the move, right? Like they're both 3-to-1. That's why it's like if you're playing off 15 points of risk and you get stopped out, but then the upside is 3 times the risk. I mean, like that seems like a pretty good zone to me. So I just look at it from that standpoint. Like when I can find objective levels where it's like either we hold above or this dies, like that to me is like a good bargain. Oh my god, poster just fell off my wall. It's just like the temperature changes. The tape that I am using does not like my walls going from 10 degrees to 60 degrees. It doesn't know what to do. Temperature adaptive tape, true. I don't know. I think like the key here, Sauce, and to Ali as well, is just like not over leveraging. If you're gonna trade a system like this, it's just like you need to be willing to, like a 15-point loss or like a couple of 15-point losses when we're trading zones like this or balance, like just can't affect you mentally. Like it's just part of the process. I don't know. Like as soon as you realize that like risk is worth and like the reward and the follow through once we actually get the trade. Like I'm not telling you to play chop, right? Like there's still like rules to this, but like there are edges that are worth trying, and sometimes you're going to be wrong, but when we're wrong, we want to then be able to know what, like, how do I word this? When I'm wrong, I want to be wrong dramatically. Right? Like I want us to then go in the opposite direction so that I can then play plan B. Right? Like I don't want to be wrong in chop. I want to be wrong because I tried an edge and then be right in the opposite direction. Like I want to be yeah, exactly. And then like the reason why that being wrong there doesn't matter is because we have solid risk management and we know that that flip is meaningful. It's not meaningful when you just flip and you're offsides on both sides of the trade multiple times, right? Like then you're just on the wrong side of balance, and that's a different thing. But like having a catalyst and being dramatically wrong, right? And then flipping, then that leads to you then making up for said loss because you have an idea of the mechanics that are at work. And that to me is fine, right? Like I don't need to, I'm not mentally worried about taking a 15-point stop out there because then I was right immediately after. So like my thesis played. I don't know. I'm just trying to like give you guys like an understanding of like how my mentality works. These are the things that have like made me feel much more comfortable and willing to try things. Because like if you're unwilling to take risks and if you're not trading within your means and you're just trying like really dramatic over leveraged positions, then you're going to be like so emotionally driven. It's just not worth. I don't know. I don't know how people trade like that. Like I want to be either right or really, really wrong very quickly, and then we'll flip. What time is it? 23. Bro, I hate open-ended schedules. So they're just gonna come at any time today. Oh, I hate that so much. Like I barely sleep last night because I was like, what if they show up at 8 in the morning? They're gonna come at like 7 p.m., bro. That's so bad. Oh, I'll lose my mind. It should be illegal to not give me like an hour window in which you're going to show up. We still technically have a little bit more room to go in our hourly structure. Right, like on our hourly. Got a bit more room down. Let's see what we do. That would be like on the new contract, just push down here into the 760 to 678. Our overall range is this red box here and this green box here. Is this not working? Oh, there we go. See, like that 810 is a great flip where we hold previous structure. Great flip. Then that trade that you just posted. Yeah, yeah. I'm personally just in my runner. 45 to 60. 45 is my average, 60 is my stop. I just can't be bothered to overtrade today. Either I get stopped or I don't. Just watch for our offer there, so we push in. Took off most in 800. Excuse me, 800, 810. Did anyone watch that video that I posted last night, by the way? On the SpaceX IPO? Crazy. I love Patrick Boyle. I really don't want to trade FOMC, guys. Ugh. How mad would you be if I left, like, right at FOMC? God damn it. Ugh. We just had like a decent day. I hate when we have to like play the gamba for no reason. You know what I would be doing if I was you guys? I shouldn't say this. I'd be buying those $9 blue sky accounts and just YOLOing FOMC. That's what I would be doing. Uh, Surely one of those $9 blue sky accounts wins. Oh, Lord. I mean, if you're already gonna play it, right? Like you're already gambling, might as well either fail or pass an eval instantly. Yeah, I mean it is. It's literally calculated risk. I mean, I'm not telling you to then like after you pass said eval to continue to trade like that, but you know, and if you're gonna stay for an event like that, then you're already a degen. They're gonna stop me out here over 60. I'm just in runners. We'll see what we do. This could easily be a flip for the rotation up now if we trap this liquidity into our lows. We'll see. This is my current positioning. If we start to build over 60s again from this look below, we can try the bid again above. See if it'll work this time for rotations up to 900. I don't know. I'm gonna either let it stop me out or, well, we'll see. I'm not immediately flipping 60 though. I want to see a better look above with Russell not double topping here. Just watch ES. I think ES has a much better and much clearer edge into 28 to 32 with our daily POC sitting here at 33. So just like keep an eye on this. See if we hold offer, look back below, or if we can get back in. We can start to build above. These could be like really nice edges to play around with this liquidity now below. Or this will then become supportive. If not, this will just rotate right back through. I'm not expecting insane movement before FOMC, but I do see a potential for us to rotate our range. So we're just watching to see if we'll flip here or not. FOMC is the rate statement is in like 20 minutes. So if anything, we get like a rotation here, right, from our flip of 60s back up to our 30-second opening range low, or at least a VWAP. See if we get the flip. They're trying. We can see the bid on this candle. We've got liquidity at 45.50. Just trying to see if we can get this look and hold over 60s for rotations up to this 890, 900, and then the 920 above that. Or if this is going to trap once again here into these highs and then get back below, and then we'll rotate this range to the down. RTY continuing to push up. Current risk just 45 to 60 as we wait. Yes, below our pivot 28.33. Russell and ES both holding PVZ value as resistance, as well as our opening range high. Pushing back down. Watching to see if we can build here, 45 to 60, look above and hold, or if this is just going to trap again. We're watching ES has a very clear area where we want to see the bid be, right at our value edge here. So if it can hold and get above, then we do this rotation up. If this fails, then there's really nothing new. Same thing with Russell. We want to see our value hold here at our ORM to ORH here and get above our 30-second opening range if we're going to continue on our way. If not, then we'll just rotate back down to VWAP once again. So really important if we're going to get this move up to 900s on NQ, or if this is just going to rotate back down. It's 3 minutes left on this candle. The lack of incentive so far to push higher is kind of telling, but we'll see. Pushing into our edge. Bid holding where it needs, but we have to watch for a lower offer now. Has to get over 60s. Same thing with Russell on this bounce, has to be able to push, or it's going to be a lower high, and then the offer is going to take advantage. Just because we got a nice little reflexive bounce doesn't mean that we don't need follow through still. That's such a funny sentence. Holding our 45 lows, pushing into 60s, see if we can get over. Russell holding our edge, yes, holding our edge, but no look above. Again, it's just a rotation where we expect our offer to be sitting here if we don't get the follow through that we need. So if you are trying to play off of these lows, you have to look for your first risk off here into 60s, and we're looking for secondary buyers to step up above. We need Russell momentum, we need ES momentum off of our edge hold lows for follow through, or we expect our seller to try to sit here, right? So watch for the look above. Let's see if we can get the secondary hold following our pathing like we have on screen for ES and RTY. If those can lead the way, then we'll get our nice rotations up. See, 15 points. It's nothing feels bad, right? Everything held where we needed to. Trade's already very positive. Retesting highs here. Take off your first risk here if you want. Do you use add at all, like advancers decliners? I'll use tick sometimes, but it hasn't really been necessary, to be honest, for quite some time. With how clear the market has been. Tick is good though. It's very similar. I have a video on tick that I think is very worthwhile. I think tick is a much better instrument to let you know where we should be looking for that kind of stuff. I mean, tick is still good. I just don't think it's necessary for most of the time. But like a pretty good high or low there for the next rotation, which makes sense to me. And then with this zero rejection, it makes sense that we're getting this sell, especially with Russell failing at our highs and ES continuing to maintain our pivot. Oh, I think my they're about to come into my unit. Hopefully this happens before 2 o'clock, or I'm just going to be muted for FOMC. Actually. That's funny. What a perfect timing. I'm going to mute real quick just to see what they're doing. They're in someone else's unit right next door. Huge. Perfect timing, some would say. All right, boys. Still holding where we need. 60s bid, it's fine. Didn't get stopped out while they're, yeah, they checked. I mean, my place is clean, man. They just like just like we're petting my dog the entire time. All right. Were they ICE agents? Yeah, man. It's over. All right. Surely my runners don't get stopped out here. All right, we've got 3.5 minutes until FOMC decision and volatility steps back in. I was hoping that we were going to tag into 890-900 so I could get filled here from our 60 to 45 before that. Maybe it still happens. This offer at 80 is a little thick. I'm unsure. It might be better to just de-risk and then try to leave a runner if we don't get this before decision comes out. I was hoping we were just going to like slowly kind of like rotate up there into our magnet. Yeah, let's see what we do. Testing highs here on NQ. This is what my risk profile looks like right now on my final contracts. We'll see. Holding through rates. Well, I mean, like the trade's already free. I've already taken profit. So, like, if we want to hold runners, I've got 15 contracts, 15 micros on for potential continuation. Pretty tight stop. I mean, for all I know is I get stopped out here, and then we go in the direction that I want us. I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty volatile FOMC. But it's interesting that we're like recovering our value into the news. If we can get this flip over our 30-second opening range on Russell while ES is flipping at 32s, that'd be huge. If we just get a VWAP rejection here across the board, though, that's going to be nasty into news. I might pussy out here. Instead of closing at 890, I'm going to close those 5 here and then just take off a little risk. I've moved up my contracts now. Risk sitting like this. 900 and 920, and stop at 44s on remaining 10 contracts. I'm actually gonna take off that 5 at 920 just in case we get the pop. So I'm just gonna have a stop at I have a limit sell at 900s for the wick into it, and then 44s still remains full stop. Filled in 900s, 5 left. Blessed. True. So this is like this is why I said like that risk to reward is worth, is because like if we can flip that 60, like we just do the full rotation up, right? Listen, it's not the prettiest trading in the world, but it is objective, and that's all I care about, right? Like it's just our flip of our 60 to 45, and it's our 15 points of risk for a 3 to 1 upside and a 3 to 1 downside, just playing off of whichever side we flip. Who cares? Let it be. Right? Like it's just like we know where we're gonna go. Objective bets are always the best ones. All right, you guys gonna make me stay through JPOW as well? Oh Lord. Bro, I still want to leave. I don't care. It's just the same rotation again. It's straights, whatever. It's just balance. Yeah, okay, I'm hearing you. They're absorbing into 880, by the way. Sell side's getting a bit screwed here. Just watching to see if it flips. As long as that's holding, though, pop over 920 has potential. But if 880 flips and we reoffer it, I think the move's done. We go down. We'll see. Just watching POC to value of previous candle. Okay, hear me out. 930 hold into 25K. Later, Basil. Basil? How do I say your name, man? Basil or Basil? Or is it like Dazzle, but with a B? That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Basil. $930, Rory? I think we have to go higher than that, bro. I think for 25K? Maybe. But I feel like 60s is what we need to flip. Like, you have to think, this is just our 30-second opening range that we're rejecting. Like, we have no real change until we get over 60s. If we can't even build above our open, like, what are we doing? 930s? What the hell's 930? Oh, Mikey. If you trade MNQ, you have both of the DOMs like you see for NQ and MNQ together. Okay, so the way that I do this is I only have one DOM up at a time most of the times. What I do is I keep an eye on, in Tradeify, there's this really great thing called market depth. And market depth shows you the DOM on chart. So I just keep an eye on all of my market depths while I'm watching a singular DOM. So on Tradeify, it shows you the live updating, basically the DOM on chart. It's just showing you where liquidity is resting at any given point, with the market depth in your settings. So I usually watch that. If I'm watching, if I'm playing MNQ, for example, then I watch NQ's market depth as well, so that I don't have to have both DOMs open and try to pay attention. But honestly, they're very, you hardly ever see a divergence between MNQ and NQ liquidity. They're usually very consistent. Yeah, no, there's zero edge. There's zero sort of like real divergence between the two. I mean, it's all just high frequency trading, right? Like they're very settled. It's all robotic trading. Yeah, but really watch the market depth. That's in your settings here on Tradeify, and that'll show you where like resting liquidity is pretty well, actually. And that's just your DOM. So like on ES right now, I don't even have to look at the DOM, and I can see like the resting liquidity above 35s, and I can see the bid that's resting down into 20s that keeps flashing. And then like on RTY, I can see the resting liquidity at 522, and I can see the sell side trying to lower the offer at 26s, but they're advertising up at 28s. You can see like all of that in real time, and I don't have to open the DOM to witness that. And I can see like this liquidity just off of market depth at 875 that keeps flashing on NQ. But yeah, no, I'm not like, it's very hard for me to focus on multiple DOMs. I usually just focus on the one that I'm in the trade in on, and then I just watch market depth on everything else. Anything else would be just way too distracting for me, which would probably negatively impact my trading. So right now we've again, so we can just talk about this before JPOW speaks because that's the next catalyst. Nothing happens until then. We need to get over 960 for anything more, or this is just going to continue to be our resistance into these highs, and our current balance is just this range, right? So we're just watching our 60 to 45 just in runners. I have 5 left, stops at 44. I probably get stopped out here. It's no big deal if I do. We've taken profit into 900 and 920. Just watching to see what we do, but we have a very clear range that we're trading around right now, and we need some follow-through moves over our pivots here on Russell and ES. As soon as they lose momentum, the market dies. So I don't think that we have a catalyst until JPOW starts talking. That'll be our next little like volatility leg, but we should see our bid here at 60, and then let's figure out what we do from there. If this 45 flips, we'll just head back down to our lows for the full value play. We've got what? He speaks at 2:30, so 18 minutes until then. So we could do another like full balance rotation here. In the meantime, while we wait. I'll probably stay for, I don't know, like 30 minutes. And I'll just I'll be here for like JPOW's speech, but I'm not trading last hour, guys. I'm already like here longer than I want to be, personally. I'll stay for like JPOW to see what color his tie is. And then I'll probably dip, if I'm being honest. We've got to do it's only a tradition. It's a tradition. We gotta bet on what tie he's wearing. I think it's gonna be the classic, the purple with white dots. It's the easy go-to. That's the FOMC tie. Yeah, purple with white dots. Maybe he spices it up today, you know? Oh, the suit. That's a new one. Green tie for St. Patty's. Ooh. That could be an outlier bet. Could be some big money on the table for the green tie. Yeah, I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it exists. Have you guys ever placed a bet on Polymarket? Dude, a 99% chance. Hello? If you bet against him having a purple tie, you just are a bazillionaire. Oh no, this is the bet from 2024. This is just a full value rotation off of our flip. Let's watch to see if 4560 holds offer. Or look below. ES and NQ just into our value edge. We've got 14 minutes until JPOW. I probably won't take a trade. I don't know. I mean, unless this reoffer is like really solid here, I'll probably just wait for JPOW. I find that something to mention is that on FOMC days, RTY is great pre-FOMC, and then it's going to diverge dramatically after JPOW. Just keep that in mind, that Russell usually is an outlier move on FOMC days where it just kind of goes, and NQ and ES do what they're going to do. But there's going to be a bit more divergence with Russell after JPOW starts speaking. So please keep that in mind, that it's not going to be as great of a tool afterwards. It's insane how much money is in Polymarket. I'm just like looking at all these markets right now. Like the Fed decision had $518 million of volume just on that bet alone. That's crazy. It's like options when you're just starting. Surely SPY will hit 500 by the end of the week, and we're trading 300 right now. Look at the odds. Look how much it'll pay. What does that even mean? Brooklyn at Detroit? Oh, okay. Just one big win to make it all back. Surf, does it bother you when people keep referencing Chalamet as he's going to turn into a worm? Does that bother you as a nerd? Yeah, everyone's talking about how Timothy's character is going to turn into the worm, but it's not him. It's his son. I mean, none of that's going to be in the movie, Rory. Let's see if 45 to 60 can hold offer. I don't have a ton of hope in it, but I think it might be worth the risk into JPOW. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not betting the house on it, but let's just watch the reoffer. I'm trading 5 lots of risk off of 45 to 60. I played on the long side from 60 to 45, 20 lots, just to give a perspective. So I'm trading 1/4 the risk on this reoffer here into 45.60 for the rotation down. Did you see the Lucid one, Sauce, with no monthly fee? I think that one's really good. Gotcha. Am I watching Project Hail Mary this weekend? Yeah, I'm hopefully gonna go see it in IMAX. I'm trying to get my my brother and my dad to go with me. Maybe Sunday. Yeah, I read the book. I did read the book. I posted the audiobook for you guys if you wanted to listen to it this week before you saw it. Put that in books. Are you gonna let him? Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, Ray's great. Do you think he sounds a little bit like a young Tom Hanks? I always like feel like I get some like Tom Hanks vibes from his audiobooks. Just like think of Tom Hanks the next time you listen to Ray Porter. Yeah, he's good. He's funny. He's got good like comedic, I don't know, energy. Boy. I mean, I guess I'll post this. 3 minutes. I'm gonna use the bathroom while we wait. Be right back. All right. Dude, I can't believe I'm getting an Eve Online advertisement on Discord in 2026. That's crazy. What? Hello? Not mine. Oh, there we go. He's got the purple tie on. Easy bet. I'm stopped there. Retesting POC, a previous candle here. I kind of want to play the reoffer. I don't know why. Let's see if we get this reoffer hold. If we can take out lows, I'll feel much more confident about it. All right, first risk off here. Taking out lows, just covering my stop and leaving runner. Good reoffer. I'm just watching to see what we do. I'm taking off one more here. Trade's now fully profitable. Average is 40s. Stop is the same, 60. Covered our stop and made profit now off of the flip. Taking off 7 contracts of my 10 off of the flip. Question time now from JPO. Just rotating right down to our 795 and then immediate bid, just like last attempt. Rotation. Russell holding lows. ES holding our zone. Retesting value. There's a potential flip here. We have to be careful with our recovery of our value. Offer sitting 45.60. Good bid off our recovery of value into our offer. That's good. That was a good tag. Might get one more leg. We'll see. Offer holding still 45.60. Your balance between 810, or sorry, 815 and 845, 860. Zero long risk. I haven't done anything new. I'm still just in my runners from 40 to 60. Just watch your bid here to see if we hold at our value edge. Your risk for longs is that we hold here and then we step over for upside. This is your risk. Downside just needs to maintain here and then eventually build below for next leg. But okay, so this is my opinion that I think could happen into end of day. And this is why I'm a bit worried for shorts. Is that we wick down into our low of our multi-week balance and then we get our pop. So I'm keeping in mind as we head down into these lows that, right, like this low here, that this could potentially be it as we push down in. So we'll see. But we have to keep that in mind for a potential bid into end of day once we get this last leg. I took off one more here on NQ, just into our note and lows. 2 left. Holding our lows on NQ, no change. Russell is starting to diverge. Potential higher low here. I'm closing short fully with Russell divergence personally. I'm very worried about shorts with this recovery here. So I closed. Held our lows on NQ, no breach. I will wait for a better setup. This just looks like a long pressure to me. $20 seconds till new 15s. Higher lows being put in. Russell equal lows. Just at our value edge. This is gonna get we'll see which way we go here into new 15s. I'm flat. Too much divergence. I am flat. Again, I don't like these lows for shorts. It feels really iffy. So I'm just chilling. I got spooked out. Brother. I mean, everything about this is a short to me, but it's just way too slow. I wish we had more speed. As long as we're holding below like 830 right now, we're good. But I just am so scared of a violent bid. I don't know. I'm really watching 810, 830 for reoffer of some sort, and then I'll look to potentially play. Bro, if we just slow melt down into our hourly low, I don't think that this is playable. It'll just be a bid. Like if we just slow melt down into this low, I like, where are you shorting? That sucks. I spotted the 810, 830 flip too late. I'm not shorting this low. It's crazy to short down here. Without like a good reoffer, like I'm not like just randomly shorting. It's crazy. Like I need to see us come into something like this again if we're gonna go down further, but I can't. This is our range low. This is the bid, right? Like this is where we expect price to oscillate. Right? So like trying to short here without any sort of like really solid reoffer is just going to be a little awkward. This has been our balance for forever. I mean, I don't think this is very playable, Rory, unless you're in from my original entry. No, I don't think you missed much. This move down has been incredibly slow. As soon as a buyer steps back in, we explode, Ben. Uh, 10 seconds till your 15s. New hourly. Opening below POC of previous candle. Just watch our reoffer, I guess. I don't know. I have zero inclination to short. I don't know why. Just don't feel it. Personally, I just don't see it. Offer sitting at 60, but we'll see. This is ES ADR, NQ ADR. Maybe if 60 offers, we head down to 720 for NQ ADR, but I don't know. Just watch your POC. Something feels off, though. Just watching this. It just feels very sus trying to short down here. Again, like if offer's going to be anywhere, you watch this into POC, a previous candle, I guess. I just don't have a ton of confidence. Just bouncing off our lows on the hourly. I've got nothing. It just looks like a long to me, but there's no really great entry for the long. It's just a higher time frame edge. I'm not shorting ADR. I'm not retarded. Like, I'm not doing it. Offer just failed there. I mean, it can go to fucking 26K. It's the bottom of our hourly balance. It doesn't. It can go to 25,300. They hold these lows. It just goes up. Shit. There's just no solid entry. And play this flip, I guess. I don't know. It's just so slow. Just watch your value edge. We get back into value, we'll just play the rotation back up. I can't ignore like our hourly pathing though, you know? Like it's very hard for me to trade against my hourly plan. A reversion signal printed with a risk of 60. As long as that's holding, when you look for upside back up to PVZ at 820. That's what our indicators are saying. But again, like it's very slow market. JPal's rambling. Risk is remaining, no change. RTY reversion signal now, printing as well. Orange line is your stop. Just watching to see what we do here. It's too slow for me to care. All right. I'm gonna head out. This is a nothing burger. We have no trend with JPO talking. Like, what are we doing? We're trending lower. We're gonna go to like 690 and then bounce and then go up. Have you ever traded FOMC? This is not good FOMC trading. This is garbage. This is not good, brother. We're not trending at all. Not doing shit. We just did a full rotation of our range. We're just back to our lows from the day before. We've literally just done nothing. We're back to our buyer. No? Like that rebuttal? Yeah, I mean, usually when JPow's talking, it is like violent as hell. And we're so like directionally moving and like it is fast, the speed is solid. This is just inconsistent chop. I don't know. I'm not staying here for the last hour. I can't be bothered. I didn't even want to be here for this. Goodbye. I'm assuming we bounce. I don't know if it's going to be fun in the last hour, but I'm not going to be here to trade it. We're at ADR low. Maybe we go down to 690 on ES, but I mean, yeah, no, not for me.